Hello, and welcome back to the Grim Dawn Punisher build that is approaching its, conclusion gradually. I have finished some stuff. Cronley's gang is done. It was not fun. It only took a couple hours, but it was not fun. Aetherial's also wrapped up. And I can check this. Oh. Hello. Hello. I finished all the low grind.
Put it to good use.
And my inventory is full.
See anything you like?
Yeah, welcome. I haven't fought the Nemeses yet. I got 2 actually. I completed the Aetherial as a side effect of grinding Cronley rep. That Cronley rep was not very fun. But I can show it in just a second after I... Oh no, this one stays here. I got a ton of legendary items, so... I need to dump them. Got a bunch of these that I want to look at. Guess most of this. I still have to look at some more of these, but
I'll keep an eye
yeah.
out.
I got the Cronley rep. I still haven't fought the Nemesis. And I'm gonna do that first today. And then the Aetherials. There's a lot of Aetherials in the Cronley base. What? Oh, I wanted to... I'll do it after. I'm doing this because it's the path I followed. So it became a grind. But there's still another... I think there's at least one more rep that's going to be a long grind to get through. I died when getting the rep grind. I died twice to the boss of the Cronley gang because I was being lazy and I wasn't paying enough attention. Yeah, I'm gonna see how it... Hopefully it spawns within a run here. And I don't have to reload. Or go somewhere else. Yeah, those helped me get the Aetherial rep. Running a few totems. It only took like 2 and a bit hours total. I would never do it ever again though. It was really not fun. It was a lot of legendary drops though. But I think the drop rate's way too high on the legendaries. Oh, yeah, it doesn't cooperate. Oh wait, I should still pick that up. It is still a legendary. Yeah. Like, the one good thing about the rep grind was that I got a bunch of these that are decent. Like, I have one for HP that increases my HP by like 2,000, which is probably the one I'm going to use. It's all very involved. Yeah. I think I'm gonna try... Like, Death Vigil is gonna be a real... Another grind? I don't know where to do it. I think there's a dungeony place where it's viable. I've also learned that I really need more defensibility. Because the boss... The guy in the mines area that I was at initially has like a 6% chance to crit me, which is way too high. Yeah, this is a decent, like, area, because there's 2 guaranteed ones of these within the path. They always drop these. I never picked up one of those because they're not that helpful. Ironically, the grind to have Nemesis spawn might be kind of rougher than I expected. Oh, I got a ton of dynamite. I gained at least 50. It's the beasts, I don't need that. Yeah, this is not gonna... I'm only gonna do this because this is where I died twice to this guy. It's a really unfun boss at this stage of the game. Because you have to wait for this shield to go away. It's a real pain. And he will cast the shield again. If it takes too long, it will take even longer. Vitality. It's a lot of resistances. It's not a... I really wouldn't call it an old game, but it's not a new game. It's when did it release? 2016? Full release? Yeah, so it's, I guess, 8 years old. That's not where I want to go. I need to go here and then go north? Or start here and exit. It's what, fairly, somewhat based on a structure. I mean, oh, sweet. Very weird place for this to spawn. Okay, the boss is invisible. That's rough. So far it's a rough fight. This is terrifying. It's invisible right in front of me. 4.7 million HP. Oh, huge bleed. Huge damage. I can probably kill it, but it'll be rough.
Can't do that yet.
I need to not stand in those, and I'm gonna die to a bleed. I had 1 second left. It is a... I don't know if it has any non-PC releases. Okay, I'm gonna teleport there, but I have to be ready to not die. What a dangerous... So far I don't like this Nemesis. The invisible phase is kind of annoying. And the bleed that it seems to be able to apply while it's invisible. At least it's not a teleport, so I can kind of shoot it. You know what? I need to read that. I guess visually I can kind of understand that. Oh, just look at the map. I can just watch where he is on the map and shoot him with that. So it just ticks my HP just by being near him.
Can't do that yet.
And it escalates? Okay, that's rough. What a rough Nemesis. Like I would say it is, well, it's an isometric action RPG. Oh. This is not a... This is like end game bossing, sort of. And I have not done a lot of it to begin with, but I would say up until this point in the game,
Can't do that yet.
it's a lot. Well, this is like, okay. The game has 3 playthroughs that get progressively harder. This is the 3rd of them, though I didn't do the 2nd. And like this is where everything has scaled a lot and to the maximum, and my gear is not exceptionally good, and Nemesis is, yeah, sort of like a new game plus. Oh, and then I die. I think I give up on this for now. I don't think I do enough damage for something that's invisible like this. For how much damage it deals to me. Just has too much. I'm gonna grab my... I don't have any experience to grab, but I want to grab the icon. But yeah, like... It's... I would say this is the hardest stage of the game. Maybe not the hardest boss, but... Up until this point, the game's not necessarily crazy hard. I don't know why I wanted to grab that. It's kind of a waste of time.
Can't do that yet.
Oh. I need to get out of here, but I need to be far enough away. It kind of hard counters my build. It's large bursts of damage that will kill me too quickly. Or just... It just needs to be near me to tick my health by like 1,000, so I can't really kill it. Yeah, Elden Ring's a great game. I didn't love the DLC, but that was just because of it didn't cooperate with my build. But it's a very good game. Oh yeah, I had health regen. And my defense ability is actually really low, isn't it? Yeah, 7% to get crits a little bit. I get crit a little too much. This one. This metal gives me a lot of HP. But I need to equip the Ether Soul and a glyph.
See anything you like?
Can these be applied to metals? It's all armor, and metals don't count as armor. I don't think this augments for metals, or if there are, I ignored them too much. Yeah, I don't think this metal augments.
Put it to good use.
My offense abilities, I think, pretty acceptable. It's not perfect, but the defense is pretty bad. 6% chance to get crit is too high.
I do the best I can with what I've got.
Yeah, I think that's kind of what it becomes. If you want to kill like every boss in the game, you need hyper optimized setups. Metals. Tainted Heart is 12 ether. No, I need this. 2 more Wrathstones. Actually, I could. Nah, yeah, I was making one.
Don't get killed.
Yeah. I don't always invest in trying to like always get the perfect. I enjoy sort of the cobbled together build that eventually approaches that level of perfection. But I can definitely 100% see the appeal in like truly perfecting a build.
Got any more scrap metal? Go on.
I'll
now.
give you a good price on what I've got left.
The DPS calc is barely lower. I am low on ether resists though. Okay, if I can drop bleed or pierce. I need the vitality. Chaos. I need a better ring. Yeah. Like I find the eventual Spell Scorch. HP's good, but Pierce and Element are overkill. Okay, that's the one to swap. So remove the plating. Replace it with Ether.
Any more scrap metal?
Like, putting it all together is always pretty interesting. Do I have Ether Ward? I don't think so. Oh, but that's not a weapon only, that's why. I'm looking for armor. Amulets, metals, chest armor, vitality and ether, and a lot of HP. 4 blessed steel. 2, 3, 6, 9, 11 blessed steel needs imbued silver. I went too far. Because it was 3, not 4 per. Whoops. Yeah, it's sort of I guess I could replace the Soleil's HP one.
Bring me back any blueprints you find.
you're confused by all this gear stuff. It's all very specific. Oh, it removes augments too. That's annoying. Well, it's sort of the process to... I would say most of this doesn't... I would say even I don't fully know. I haven't played it enough. But it's all about looking at resistance values. So these here, they cap at 80, or they can be boosted a little higher, but they have caps at 80s and they can be above caps. With my current equipment, I'm short by 6 on ether resistance, and this is the only chest armor that would apply ether resistance that I can make. What the other person's saying is the Outcast and Dreeg augments provide ether resistance, which might be better than the sacred plating I was going to use. It's okay. It's mostly just numbers. Like, there's a lot of numbers that are specific to systems. The augment's a better choice because I don't want to have to reapply. Not expensive to reapply the augment. This is so... I think I'd rather not have Constitution. So if I go to the Outcast, it's just sort of this, what, a ton of different damage types, and there are limits to how much you can reduce them. And I'm lacking one of them, which is a fairly common damage type, so lacking it is a problem. That's just worse, isn't it? 12 ether resist versus, was it 10? Or did I misremember? My memory was that this was was 15 and 8% constitution. But I hope I misremembered, because if not, that's silly. That feels very... Oh, hello.
I'll give you a good price on what I've got left.
It's weird to just have an objectively better option, but it's good. Oh, can I swap anything else? I'm just doing build stuff for a second while I... Yeah, I guess I lose a little bit of HP and defense, which isn't ideal. No, I think swapping this is better. Oh yeah, that's a lot of armor absorb. Your solar system didn't collapse on itself? Oh yeah. I hope you rest well, 'cause it is late. I'm looking for replacement. Yeah, thank you for stopping by. I hope you have a good night.
Let's see what we can put together.
Oh wait, no, I have armor. Because if this armor is just better, then it's better, but I don't think it is better. Worse damage, but the resistances are pretty good. I probably should use this armor piece until I get the Dagalon, because this piece gives me defensibility. And I need defense. Of course, now I need more Pierce and less Ether, but that's my mistake. Ooh. Are you able to add like periodic comets, or are they orbiting consistent sort of things? I really want to put this piece on this armor because armor absorb would be nice. Going from 70 to 82 or 70 to 78 would be nice. I got sidetracked realizing that I messed up. What's my vitality at? Sure. For now.
Iron well spent.
Now I have better defense. I guess... Well, I guess I think I'm thinking about it from the wrong perspective. I'm thinking about, like... I'm thinking about it from an Earth perspective. But I guess if it is just orbiting the solar system and it passes by Earth occasionally, then it is orbiting. I'm just thinking about it from too much of an Earth-centric point of view.
That skill's not ready.
And orbiting's probably accurate. I guess I just picture comets. I guess I view comets incorrectly. Yeah. I go this way. Yeah, they don't just disappear.
See anything you like? Put it to good use.
Oh, this is like the worst area. I can remember that there's a... I can remember one of the secrets. Oh, yes. I can agree on the camp district being the worst. False tracks is fun. Oh yeah, there's a funny thing in Generations Ultimate. I've been looking at weapons. One of the Volstrax's weapon is called like Silverwing, despite there being a monster called Silverwing Nargacuga. Or it might be Silverwind Nargacuga, but it's just a funny name because it was confusing to me when I saw it. It just teleported. What was the quest? We just got attacks no matter what. I guess I can just say I'm leaving, but you can't engage. If you engage with the quest, you have to kill him. I assume. wonder... This is a curiosity, like if you would happen to know, do you know what would make a red trail? I assume some element probably does because, you know, the spectrum of light and all that, but... Do you know what it might be? It could be... Because I know absolutely nothing about this topic, it could be anything. Because I guess it's a question of density and how it interacts with light and a lot of factors. This area. I mean, as far as areas go, it really does portray that it's meant as like a slum. Guess there's a lot of... Oh wait, I might get attacked. Wait, this is all Ethereal Vanguard, right? So I shouldn't get a Nemesis. I didn't want to kill him, so I just left. I feel like Volstrax could fly if it could maintain... If it even needs oxygen, if it could maintain it. Okay, I'll see if I can. And if he dies, then the children will be sad. I don't mean any harm. Said the wrong thing, maybe. Or he's just crazy. Either the incorrect dialogue or it's impossible. Yeah. Well, I'm not a nice enough person. Well, how could somebody who walks around shooting guns constantly be a nice person? Desensitized to the violence. I wonder if I could have just left instead of shooting him. Maybe he would have calmed down. Ah, so you can't actually guarantee. I guess that means I have to play through Elite difficulty. Try the quest again there. At least that maintains a character to him, that he's unpredictable. This guy's a demolitionist. If I killed them, they'd probably drop a good item. Do the creatures in Monster Hunter need to breathe oxygen? Maybe they just persist. Well, maybe the Elder Dragons and such just subsist off of bioenergy. So maybe they don't need to breathe. Like, they probably should need to breathe, but... Okay. I've just... 2 failed 50-50s so far, which is not even unlikely. I really need to replace this ring. I really shouldn't have a rare ring at this point in the game. I probably had a legendary that I was going to look at and then I forgot. I should probably check that. Oh, angle. I have tried playing it. I really think it's a cool game. The stress and wanting to save scum, though, are the biggest challenges to me. And not the in-game mechanical stress. That's just part of the game. But the not wanting your people to die, even if they're not very individual. Yeah. I mean, well, there's even more... There's some other games that I would say are kind of worse. Ah, so we're actually playing Darkest Dungeon. Apparently Darkest Dungeon 2 was a total departure from the original. I never really looked into it, I just saw that people on Steam didn't like it. That could be useful. Fear ye the Caponians. That sound effect. It's certainly something. This area. That's part of the set. Sadly, it doesn't help. But it's probably worth grabbing. Oh, that's the angle. Ah, Cowstrax. That would be... You make a, I don't know, a crossover event with a farm? Like Monster Hunter plus some Japanese beef farm, or like the city prefecture, I don't know, of Kobe. Ah, your cow Strax, and it's Kobe beef.
That skill's not ready. I was beginning to read.
What? Made the sound effect of one of the carts, but I don't think there was a cart. It's just been the enemy exploding. Oh, timing. I guess I should look into that. See if maybe I should grind out the... I don't think I should grind the rep yet, but if I need to grind the rep, that's probably something that I should try to remember. Dolometer. The snake. Mouse the hunter. I think Ethereal Vanguard is still kind of distant. 8K-ish? It's not super close. Trying to... Sorry. I have to make sure I'm not wrong as to which one Shara is... Yeah, what? How is that Volstrax? I guess the, like, wing things? The wing hand thingamabobs are, like, Volstrax's rocket wings? Still kind of weird to me, considering how different they are in, I guess, just about every other way. Because it could just be, like, convergent evolution. They could have just been like, oh yeah, two separate monsters developed this air intake. Via totally separate means. Kind of like bats and birds. Wait. Wait. No, that was another area where I just remembered a path. I remembered a secret for later. Gate. Roof. Presumably this way. It's just not this way because I don't know what the gate roof is. Oh, here. Maybe. Bodies. It's over here. I'm trying to remember. I have to look for bodies everywhere. Where is this path? Is it this? I'm checking here real quick. Yeah. I guess like, are you saying like as a separate classification or just fanged beasts that are labeled as elder dragons? Is it way back there? This is too much. Up and down and left and right and side to side. It's definitely not there. Could be right here. Renox remains. Well, that might not have been what you were mentioning, but it is still worth finding. Okay. The uncooperative giant planets. Can't remember this. No. There's a lot of these like weird camera angle ones that I can't remember well enough because the camera angles are so weird. There's a person there. They're definitely not supposed to spawn there.
That skill's not ready.
Ah, you renamed. Yeah. Ah. You don't want to share the same name with another primary character's name from a piece of media. Candle District. Does a great... Oh, maybe I remember now? It's like here? Right there? this nightmare. Oy, 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 the Candle District. I mean, I think the nature of names is such that there's really no... Well, okay. The only wrong names, bad names, are things like naming your kid Sauron, or naming your kid... or naming something like after a known... super well-known evil thing. I think Kel works, could work, but if you want to change it, you can change it. Kind of the nature. If you think it's best to change, then it's best to change. Yeah, like... you really don't want to name... if it's another person that you're naming, you really don't want to name it in a way that they'll be bullied their whole life. I think you can name a dog kind of anything. People will be like, that's a weird name, but the dog won't take offense.
Well, you weren't lying. I had you.
Yeah. Great name.
I've spoken with Corinia. Corinia has informed...
It's a good way to set them up for success. Just... very efficient. I mean, maybe they'd become a great, like, wrestler. And like a heel. Yeah. They could write a nice... yeah, they can write a nice memoir. When they're 50 after struggling their whole life and then get rich. Nice memoir of, yo, my parents were awful, they named me Dracor the Vile. Just, yeah, you just title, you put the, you write, name the book, The Life of Dracor the Vile. People would think it's fantasy, but it's not.
The outpost is up. Resistance had attempted.
I have cleared the base of enemies. These drop rates are a bit too high. And also, I don't have armors. Why are these considered unique?
There you are. Creed's while discussing the attack on
Corinia is the steel.
Wow, they could also become a lawyer and figure out a loophole to get around, parricide? Like, parricide is legal in the event of the parents naming their child Dracor the Vile. I guess they should be a politician in that scenario.
That skill's not ready.
Yeah. Well, at least they'll live up to their name. They'll do all the vilest stuff imaginable in recompense for the name. Oh yeah. I definitely assumed you wouldn't, but I also understand feeling the need to clarify. Yes. See, that's what I was saying. You can name a dog almost anything, I think, and it will just be like, oh, that's a silly name. Like horse names. Horse names are the best. Now, I say that I can't think of a single horse name off the top of my head other than Seabiscuit. I don't even know if that's a real horse name. Oh, yeah. Biggest, meanest looking dog, but it's the nicest, or smallest, weakest looking dog, and it's absolutely the meanest. Ooh. Physical. What a shame. I mean, like, dogs are great. I don't think I could ever keep a dog myself just because it's so much. If you want to walk them enough, you have to walk so much. But dogs are dogs that have been brought up poorly and are aggressive are a unique case. That's often not their fault in the same way. But it's one of those things where I would almost always wish the best for most dogs. It just crossed my mind that my uncle, who we visited occasionally growing up, had a pug, and I imagine the pug has passed away by now. Because it's a pug and it's very old. Pugs are not a great dog breed because of the whole nose situation.
I can't do that yet.
But it was a friendly dog. I haven't seen that uncle in years. Ooh, Woodman Lake. Oh, I genuinely cannot remember how long it's been. Yeah, like trying to like recover what they would have been before they were explicit. Oh, there's a healer somewhere. Let me get them back to where they would have been before they were bred for the failure of a nose. Snout. Well, it's like, I think they also have the issue, their backs are also problematic. Or like, because of how long they are, they can have back problems. I don't wonder, like, I mean, I don't know. I'm assuming it isn't just the leg length. Like, I think it's more, I imagine it's muscle-based issues, as opposed to it being like a longer back. It's like it doesn't, maybe it doesn't have the supporting muscle mass and such that they normally have. I'm not actually sure. I just know that there's a back problems are a common issue amongst Dachshunds. I'm gonna check. Back. I assume it's the same number of vertebrae. It's probably just relative. Dimensions, and there's a dimensions.com website. What? Weird. It's kind of interesting. Why are Dachshunds so long? Do I trust dogster.com? Not really. How do they end up in their shape? Do. There's a lot of random. Well, this website's not indicating the structural stuff, which isn't surprising. Because it's not really surprising that a random dog website isn't talking about the biological side of Dachshund spines. Kinda wish it did, but I imagine most people researching Dachshunds are not there for the biology lesson. They might be there for the history lesson, though.
I can't do that yet.
This is the locked area. There's the chest. Kind of not the most important quest at this point, huh? Just a bunch of experience and some nothing gear. What's a trap? Weird. Guess I should search Dachshund's spine. That might work better. because the slightly more, I don't know, official terminology, more specific terminology might help. Oh, just in a container. Could have been lost to time. Yeah. Children's TV programming is always kind of interesting. Like, there's any number of specific references that can be made. Dinosaurs are a fun topic. This is the area where there's a secret under the boardwalk. Oh wait, there was some news about a boardwalk.
I can't do that yet.
I hate that this chases me. It means I have to hit escape if I want to pause for a second. Because news in Canada. Canadian officials insist hiker risk is low at popular hiking spot despite large number of unexploded bombs. I think it's one that you've mentioned occasionally that I believe was birds and ants. Yeah, bombs from World War II, or Second World War, in a bog in the city of Ottawa, the capital of the nation. Unless there's a second Ottawa in Canada that I don't know of. Yeah. Apparently there's like a boardwalk where people often walk, and it's nowhere near that. Yeah. I mean, I can definitely trust they probably wouldn't lie about this, because the moment someone is close to a normal hiking trail and explodes, it would be a huge problem. I mean, I think it's a bog sort of area. So my assumption is, I didn't read it because I don't have the time. They'd have to like locate them in a bog and then clear them out in a bog. And it's just like recent news. Wow. A couple exploded bears is not an issue. I don't actually know. I don't know if there's any large scale like animals in this bog. I should look into it more. Like, I wouldn't be surprised if it's... Okay, Merble blog. Like, I wouldn't be surprised if it's sort of, to some extent, similar to just people finding bombs in their basements in the UK. Yeah, the bomb impact areas are deep within the bog, away from any public use areas. In 1960, a bomb disposal team was tasked with the clearance of this range. However, the range was never cleared and would not be declared free of explosives due to the nature of the terrain. Could not be declared. Interesting. It looks like it's a very boggy area, so it probably doesn't have any... Like, it probably doesn't have much bigger than, like, you know, birds and frogs and fish that are less likely to randomly trigger a bomb. I also think it's not like landmines. It's more like munition that was supposed to explode on impact is my... Yeah, it included aerial bombs. So it might just be stuff that would take a lot to actually trigger it, not just like stepping on it necessarily. And I say this, I don't know for sure. I did not look into this thoroughly. But it was news. I kind of want to look more into it now, but... Kind of interesting. I never knew that bombs were dropped on Canada. I mean, it makes sense that it would happen. It never occurred to me. Because it's often like the Blitz is London. I imagine it was never anywhere near as extreme. And obviously you target a nation's capital, makes sense. I don't know, even within the context of schooling, I don't think it was ever actually brought up that there were unless the bombs were accidentally dropped by Canadian planes, which is possible, because apparently a plane in the US accidentally dropped a non-armed nuclear bomb on the US soil. Or it might have been atomic. I don't know if that's different than nuclear. By not use them, do you mean have never used them? Or currently do not use them? Because I think to have never used them would be... I think it could happen. I think it's probably rare. But to not be currently using them, that's easy. Like, oh, they made them, they used them once, not even necessarily on anything sentient. They realized it was a terrible decision and they keep them, but they don't use them. I think could make sense. Because the scientific, I don't know, scientific development side of it, I don't think it's unrealistic for a hyper-advanced species to be like, yeah, let's develop it just for the sake of developing it. Drop it on an uninhabited area, launch it at an uninhabited area, and then just... not use it, except keeping it as like a threat. think at least from a human perspective, it kind of is an interesting, different factor there. Like, Rogue Planet, depending on the context, has like a different feel to it. That like influences the impression. Like, because Rogue has that feeling of this is not meant to be anything deeper than just a statement. Like, I imagine that, well, my impression is, from the perspective of the Chinese government, Taiwan being recognized as a proper country is non-favorable because they're sort of a rogue element. Wait. Is it back here? It's like the rogue has a different feel to it. But like hostile, well, hostile is another way to just use a specific word in an attempt to justify what you want. So it's not really anything, but like it has a different impact too if it's like rogue machines, because there's the impression in my mind of machines being justifiably controlled. Probably back somewhere. Outside wall, rift side. Okay, this is outside. It's like rogue machines, rogue AI. If you view AI as not, well, I would say AI as it exists now would not be sentient. So, like, any AI that decided to wipe out the whole world would be a rogue AI. I'm gonna run here for a second. Can't remember if it's up there. I think it's up above, but I'm just checking here very briefly. This is kind of an interesting to me. Yes, like how they... Okay, where's the rift? Okay, so Crown Hill is here. So I have to go up that direction. It's either that way or this way. It's not here. Something just broke. Yeah, I just... what broke here? Was it just the sound of the... oh, weird sound. I guess if it's left from this direction... oh, it's ambient audio. Okay. Oh, one of these weird ones. Okay. Is this one possible? No, that one's impossible without changing the camera. That would be not findable. Except right here. That's rough.
So this preliminary report.
Yeah, that runs. Oh wait, I wanted to go there.
Good work out there. You can be good on you to put. I believe.
Captain Wilford, I was wondering. I'm talking about the Black Iron Docks over on the west.
Imagine your antivirus and a virus become your... It's fun to picture an antivirus as a type of god, like being controlling like sects and... Oh, this... Wait. Oh, it was back here. Yes, I remember. Like, oh, this other group is a virus. This other belief is a virus. Very, on the nose, but... fitting. I remember this one at least. Not a super secret, just a secret. What a nice stash this person has. Another copy of this. Interesting. Except it's just worse. But, like, individually, they're both not completely predisposed to, say, to being malicious and benevolent. So they're a bit of both. Each of them are a bit of both. That's a nightmare achievement. That seems like a real pain. But, I mean, if you play it long enough, like, you'll get it eventually. I feel like this type of game, there should just be like legendary unique wardrobe drops if they have an achievement like that. Like, if you're lucky, the wardrobe can drop you a nice hat. It's one of these guys. Ooh. Ooh, I could make legendary armor. Actually, it wouldn't be that bad if it... Ooh, actually, it wouldn't be that bad. If I could get... I probably don't do it with this guy. I probably do it with the other guy. I'd probably do it with the Forgotten Gods one. If I'm just looking for anything. Any random piece of armor. Wait, is this one that I have to open, or is it... I can't remember. Oh no, there's a path right here, it's just hard to see. Actually, I should probably...
I can't do that yet.
The timing on your question was kind of perfect, because it was right as I found it. I think I should go to Forgotten Gods and roll some legendary accessories, because I have terrible rings. I mean, actually, mechanical planets, mechanical megastructures now make me think of Factorio. Because Factorio's, you know, all about factories. Well, maybe you don't know, but the name kind of spells it out. Because if you searched space age, which you don't really need to, there's like the recent, literally today, the space age, I think it's here, release has like a big interplanetary like platform that you travel on, and it's all mechanical looking. I imagine that's a little bit. This is a lot of enemies. Beyond the usual constraints of most games, even. Though constraints is not really right. It's beyond... Oh, negated. It's beyond the scope. Scope is more accurate. These are Eldritch. I'm hoping I don't summon a Nemesis. So I'm here to see if I can make some stuff. I wondered what scale they would do it. If they did. Like Death Beam's sort of like SimCity implementing like you just do meteor storms and or meteor strikes, tornadoes, rampant floods and tsunamis and stuff to your cities. Is it sort of, it has disaster scenarios, sort of. I can make 5 accessories. I want to make a few. I mean, that's pretty good. I mean, that's actually very good. It's a lot of resistance. Which do I replace? Yeah. I guess because Panetti replicating missile, like bonus fire and lightning damage to it, crit damage. It's definitely not the. Well, I spent some time looking at rings. This is definitely not the ideal ring for my build. There's definitely some that would be better, but it is usable. Unlike that. It's kind of to be expected that I don't get good stuff. I'll do one more. Now that is defense. I don't think it's good for what I need, but it is defensively useful. Well, I won't make another. I'll do more later. Just check. If I wanted to re-roll a ring, how expensive is it?
Let's see what we can put together.
I can't because it's not for rings. It's all set pieces, I forgot. And because this doesn't make set pieces, it doesn't help.
Bring me back something interesting.
Got something new,
Putting a
Stash?
Death Star is pretty silly. Oh, so much junk. I want them in DLC 3 to tank. I kind of want to do that actually, that's defensively good. I want them to tank the legendary drop rate. There's way too many dropping. Maybe provide extra means of targeting gear. I guess I could. Then, what if I want to do? Well, it's the issue is that it's usable. I want to see if I have any other rings that are like completely unusable. This might be usable. Before I roll something that would at least benefit me. Ring. Signet of the Fallen, Meharian. I actually have two of the Invoker's Burning Hands. Okay, definitely re-roll one of them. That's an easy choice.
I'll keep an eye on this.
So definitely re-roll the one that just has worse damage. And I have better resistances though, but I don't really need the resistances.
Let's take a look at those blueprints.
Okay, Panetti, lower damage. Yeah. Another piece of comparable level. What level is this one? 94? Good. Okay. We have a few lotuses. I'm gonna keep going. I'm gonna use them all. And I got nothing.
Bring me back something interesting.
Come see what's left of my wares.
I'll keep your stash safe.
Don't have enough space.
I'll keep an eye.
Carrying so much junk.
Come see what's left of my wares.
It's a lot of moons. It's a very large number of moons. Oh. That's also a lot of moons, though. To me, anything over, like, 8 is a lot of moons, so... It's a lot of moons. I wonder how my...
Put it to good use.
It's a lot less DPS. It's only like 1500 HP. It's a lot of HP. Very healthy, but everything else is kind of bad. I need a better belt, but for now that's not it. Wow, you could put any number that is physically possible. 85. I think this is only one flip in. The ether conversion is goofy. So, pierce, poison, vitality. Ether. Oh, I guess I swapped the ether element, so the blue one first. I lose some defense ability though. Yeah, no, the green one's still better. I can put something other than a polished emerald. Yeah, it's only like a certain point where it's practical to actually simulate Kaiman's will. Need a different ring augment. It's pretty good.
I do the best I can with what I've got.
All the same, but slightly different. Same every... Oh, I'm down to 206 iron already. Whoops. I'm gonna stick with this. rare components for my rings. Interesting. This gives me a lot of stuff. That's pretty decent, I think. I'll go by the Kaiman augment. Which is Homestead. Do I have... I don't. Okay. Wait. I wasn't paying quite enough. Monster Hunter set in an alternate...
What's left of my wares.
Meant as an alternate universe of ours?
See you around.
I'm gonna have 2 marks of illusion. That might not be necessary. But it is good defensibility. Well, yeah, but... just because... like, I don't think Lord of the Rings is set in an alternate reality of Earth. Like... sort of assuming that there hasn't been anything that shows, like... or hints at the idea of the structure of the world having at one point been... or like the layout of continents being the same as what is on Earth. That'd be fun, though. A sudden, utterly meaningless twist that it's actually future Earth. In the vein of Horizon... spoilers about Horizon Zero Dawn, sort of. Not really, I don't think it's actually Earth. Could be, for all I know. I haven't played it enough. I've seen stuff about it. I mean, they could. I think they could make an entire, like, TV series. They could make a TV series that was like Planet Monster. That's basically just walking with dinosaurs type thing, but Monster Hunter monsters, and people would watch that. But that would be a lot of effort that I don't think it would be worth their time. But people would 100% watch it. Like, if they wanted to invest the time in it, they could. I doubt they would. Some people would be like, oh, don't waste your time on that. Make a new game. And there is a certain validity to that point. Mostly because they're a game company and not a documentary. I think... like, I feel like that type of thing... This is just my, pessimism. It would probably... It feels to me like it could very easily devolve into, like, cliches.
Can't do that yet.
Which is never fun. Well, it can be fun, but... if it could steer clear of that and keep its own, like, stylings, it could be an interesting idea. But if it just became like the Monster Hunter movie, which I haven't watched, I'm just basing this off of what I've heard, which is just, oh, it's a movie of Monster Hunter, but it's just generic action. Oh wait, I meant to craft another one of these to see if I could get a better roll. They could do like a Monster Hunter Stories show for sure. Because of the similarity between stories and Pokemon. But like the brutal nature of
I can't do
just going out to kill every single monster would at least take away from the Pokemon tone.
I can't do that
I guess they could follow the stylings and not the tone. It doesn't need to be tonally similar. They could try to go like extra far, go so deep into the nature of hunting monsters that they go over the top and it becomes comedy. Like whatever main character exists is so focused on it, so obsessed with fighting monsters, for an inevitable reveal that monsters ate their breakfast once, and that's why they're so obsessed with fighting them all. Or like a Rathian's just walking by and tramples them because of that one charge attack that I really hate. That one Rathian charge attack, where it's just sort of going for a walk and it knocks you over for half your health. Yeah, but yeah. How funny do you think this would be? A Monster Hunter story, but only with like one-off monsters that didn't show up in games again. Like, I can't remember the name. I had the name in my head just a second ago. Oh, I had the name. Kurupeko. Malfestio. Oh, lag. Just monsters that only showed up in one game. Never showed up again. No Rathalos, no Diablos, no Teostra, no Rajang. Just all of these, like... I'm not gonna say unpopular, because the monsters weren't all unpopular. Probably... It would have to still be relevant. Like, it would definitely not fit if it was... Because there's better mediums to do it. It couldn't be like talking about orphans and such, because that's just kind of... Yeah, like stuff that's monster specific. So many fun little quest names. Be a good vehicle. Just every episode is like those specific stories, but every episode's title is derived from a quest name. Or like, you know, in the style of quest names. Like puns and jokes and stuff, and then it's actually like a serious look at how the monsters are a problem. Is this a... That is the final boss of this area, isn't it? There's not that much left. Yeah, like a Kezu. Very dangerous. I just think about Kezu because it popped into my head. But yeah, like an actual threat like a Rajang, an Elder Dragon. Kezu would... Oh, Kezu seems to me... Kezu feels to me like it would make a good, like, Team Rocket style villain. Where just half the episodes, a Kezu just pops in out of nowhere, drops down, freaks everyone out, and then gets beaten up and is killed. Oh, the orb has the icon on it. That's cool. Drop rates are too high. I really do think they need to nerf drop rates. Oh, this is technically legendary as well. Yeah. Yes, make the Kezu a good guy. The Kezu doesn't have to be fought off. It succeeds in its goal every time. Make the Kezu the main hero. Everyone else is kind of neutral. The Kezu's a hero. Even the real main characters aren't heroes. If I can find the... given that I haven't found any of the other secrets, I don't know how many there are. Just that one at the very start, I guess. Maybe that helmet, I'm not sure, but... If... The secrets, yeah, I can... I probably won't find the secret, so I might just... push to the... towards the main boss. I might stop just before the main boss today then. Depending on how long it takes to get there. I definitely won't do the secret, though. Yeah. I definitely have to save the secret. I can't... Make sure it's off. Wow, monsters are people too. even if they're explicitly not humanoid. Yes. I will indeed. And then I'll say goodbye, but I will blast the music. I will make sure that I blast the music. I think I just did all three. Yeah, so now I have to get into the Guardians of the Sanctum of Flesh. Oh, wait, up first. Yeah, I shall go. Well, I'll be able to finish the DLC. Once I finish the DLC, all that's left is bosses and secrets and stuff. I'll have access to everything. It'll take a little while. I can't remember how long this path is. I guess I'm gonna skip the side thing for now because I can come back for it later. I'm gonna focus on the main questing. Okay, so I will go for your sake. I will push through as quick as I can reasonably. Which I don't think it's too long, as long as I don't take... As long as I don't take too long, it doesn't take too long. I'm not gonna kill every single mob on the way. Well, maybe I should, but... I think once I beat the boss, I'll probably grind some rep for a bit. Yeah, there's the wall that I'll come back for later.
Can't do that yet. Can't do that yet.
Rajang beating up the hunters would be very... It'd be very appropriate. Oh, and then there could be, like, Rajang versus Blanganga scenes.
That skill's not ready.
Okay, why am I shooting so slow? Must be an attack slow or something. You're yelling help. Did someone yell help in the game, or are you in reality yelling help? Because you need to sleep, or some other reason. Oh, danger, danger, danger. Oh, that's not safe. Okay.
Can't do that yet.
These Nemesis bosses are weird. I think the difference between them is extreme.
I can't do that yet.
What the heck? That's cool. That's really cool. I like that. That Nemesis was weirdly easy, but that's a cool Nemesis. I'm glad I saw that today. Okay. They're just constantly screaming for aid. Oh, you have to actually beat up, Krieg again? No, this is not Krieg. This is the Bone Monger. It's just hard to tell that they're yelling help. Is Krieg further down? No, I'm gonna preemptively do that. Just very preemptively. Because safety first. Oh. Yeah. I do like it though. It's a cool Nemesis. Like with that teleport where it swaps places. Okay, phase 1, that's the easy part. Those tornadoes are kind of rough.
That skill's not ready.
If I tank for a second, it should be fine. Okay. Now it's the real fight. He's still fairly squishy though. The music is so good. Ah, these projectiles are annoying, but... really good music. Like, that's really well put together. It's a fun fight. Well, that's the boss.
Tell me. So, can't afford to underestimate.
And that's... Ooh, a fire ring. That might be usable. I have no scale for that. I wouldn't be surprised if he was. I bet maybe he does less physical damage, because I think they nerf physical damage. That could have something to do with it. Ah, so he's actually tankier than before, which is kind of interesting. Wait, that's a big damage upgrade. Okay, that's an easy swap. It's cool, I got an actually good upgrade. I should turn the music down. Because this music's still good, but it's not as good. Yeah, I wonder if anything changed. I wonder if Grim Tools can track that. So I guess I have now beaten, like, other than Nemeses's and maybe one or two other bosses, that's the end of, that's the final, like, main quest complete. Theoden Marcel. Curious whether there's been any changes or if they'd be. It doesn't look like they're tracked here. Oh well. It's not tracked there. Yeah. I'm thinking. So, what I want to do with this character, I want to do all the Nemeses. I might try to grind. I think I'll grind Malmouth. Oh, I already have Malmouth. Because I was going to do that to buy the experience boost. They are going to leave. I'm going to still be going for another couple hours. But it is late.
Come see what's left of my wares.
But I will use this experience. Oh shoot, it doesn't help.
See you around.
But I'm gonna grind a couple. I might try to grind some rep. This might be the last week of this character. Because if I can get a couple of these reps complete, I don't really feel like grinding gear on this character is super important. I'll try to do all the bosses and do as much as I can of that, and then I might start a fresh character maybe next week, maybe the week after. Yeah. As it is, next time will probably either be... It'll probably be trying to get rep. Just cap all the reps. But yeah, it will continue here. I might grind some rep before next time. Like, I think if I spent a couple hours, I could finish all 3 of those. So if I grind... Maybe I grind these 3 today. Before the next stream, I can grind this. And then once all of those are grinded, next stream I can just try to do as many Nemeses as I can. My gear is not optimal for that, but... Yeah, I think the character's almost done. Oh, it just looks so bad. Yeah. If you are still here, I hope you are able to rest well. And I will see you around. See you around's a weird way to phrase it. Because it suggests... Oops. Seeing someone in multiple locations and not just in one location in a stream chat. My gear is far from optimal. It could be way better. The Dagalon. Leggings. Yeah. with venom and illusion probably. Yeah, I'll see you around again. I hope you...
Bring me back any blueprints you find.
Yeah, see you again soon. And I hope your coffin is... Oh, it's kind of messed up to say I hope your coffin is cozy. This is not what I actually needed. I hope your coffin's cozy. Seems like a threat. Like, it's relevant, but it yeah. Have a cozy coffin. And avoid the sun. Sun is the ultimate villain.
Iron well spent.
Yeah. I mean, that's kind of the bit. Bit is... I mean, maybe they are actually a vampire. I would never know. But the bit is that they are a vampire. They are going to sleep as the sun arises. Therefore, they are in actuality a vampire. Oh, that's low, so I do have to apply the anti-venom salve. That's fine. But I can't apply the anti-venom salve because it's a ring. You only go out under the light of the moon? Can I find another corrosive poison armor?
I'll give you a good price on what I've got left.
14.
Put it to good use.
Yeah, like, it's kind of interesting because, like, werewolves don't really have quite the same strict limitations. Poison and acid resistance. Okay, I can get 15% Slith Venom. Or I can get 15%. Or I can get 15%. Yeah, I can only get 15%. Okay.
Come see what's left of my wares. See you around.
So I can apply it to these. I guess I could replace... Ah, that's good defensively too. And they both passed away. Actually, the werewolf would be fine. I should check armor augments while I do this real quick. I'm looking at Armor augments. For poison, I need at least 14. Poison and acid. I can get 12%, 18% from the rovers. Yeah, 18% from rovers. I don't think I have that yet. Oh yeah, thank you. Oh yeah, a few of these were bad deaths. 28 deaths for finishing the game on Ultimate. I'm okay with that. 4 of those at least were very, very avoidable, and I shouldn't have died, but I did. I can't remember. The rovers are like in a weird spot. Yeah, I think I've seen a similar thing where it's like the perception is kind of what killed the vampire. I haven't even encountered the rovers on this playthrough. Wow. This is not the real rovers camp though, is it? I have to kill Arcovian undead, so it's actually not bad to go here for a bit. Did you realize something about Wile E. Coyote? Incredibly important fact. Yeah. He's one of those sort of things where those sorts of gags are fun, in my opinion. And they're very reliant on ignoring logic. Because the moment logic comes into it, it's instantly like, oh, well, then you try to do, yeah. I wouldn't be surprised if it had been done. I wouldn't assume it has been. But it's the type of gag that I think would fit. It would fit tonally. It would fit in terms of the comedy. It would be great. Like Acme perception glasses that just have like a line painted across them, so that from his perspective it looks like there's a ground that he can walk on, and so he just continues running forever. A Wile E. Coyote related skit, or just a general other topic? Oh, yeah. Acme. Isn't Acme like a real company or something? Weird. No, it is fictional. I think there's somewhere with a similar name that's real. Okay, that's pretty good. It's actually like... it's like, oh. This is kind of it's like any number of, like, half the grocery stores in Canada are probably owned by 2 companies. Yeah. What I was thinking was different. Was like, he starts making something non-Acme, but then the Acme sends like, I don't know, investigators to be like, are you using other people's material? And it was about to work, and then they just hit it with a hammer and cause it to fall apart. That's maybe a little too anti corporation in its message for Disney. Yeah, like I think that's a great idea. That's one that I actually imagine probably hasn't been done. Partially because it's probably a little... It's probably slightly more... it probably requires that one extra leap of, like, bit of logic that they probably avoid, which is not to say it's bad. Just... some of the comedies derived from the idea of a parent company, and like a 6-year-old might not get it, which is why I imagine it probably hasn't actually been made. But I think it would be funny. I think it would be great. That could be fun. Make it very obvious, yeah. An even more involved joke would be referencing how plenty of manufacturing for different companies' products occurs in the same factory. Plenty might not be true, but it does occur. It's just like the cheaper stuff is stuff with lower quality control and the like. Is, I believe, true. It is also from the internet, so it could be false, but some joke with like revealing cut back to like the production line for what he just used, and he learns that it was made the exact same way.
I can't do that yet.
I really like the simplicity of like the Roadrunner and Wile E. Coyote cartoons. Like, it's very simple. It doesn't care about the logic, which, like, not caring about logic isn't just a positive, it's just sort of, it's just simple, and it's fun that way. What am I doing? Oh, cool. The greatest monster I've killed is Ulgrim, which is kind of an interesting title. Kind of fun thing. Comics, cartoons. The lack of logic means that anything can happen. Oof. They're out in the middle of nowhere. Well, yeah, they're always out in the middle of nowhere. Wiley being flattened by a truck is a fairly popular punchline. Like, the use of the meep meep sound, pretending it's the Roadrunner but it's actually a bus or a truck, is a classic bit. It's actually kind of fun. A while ago I watched a bunch of the, like, old, probably hand-drawn Wile E. Coyote episodes. There are several where you can clearly tell they just reused the same background because it's hand-drawn. Why draw it all again? Yep. That is the absolute, like, that is like a classic ending, and how the like, how they get there is what's the interesting variety, like the variety stems from the path to get to that point. I think the Roadrunner is kind of weird because, like, it does taunt the Coyote occasionally. Like, Roadrunner does taunt Wile E. Coyote. It's mostly for the audience's sake. Like, meep meep, blast off into the distance. Meta nod to camera. But those, I think those are the most consistent Looney Tunes episodes. Like, as the old ones. I don't know new Looney Tunes at all, or newer Looney Tunes at all. Beast Nemesis, hopefully? Yes.
That skill's not ready.
It just got healed by a skeleton. Oh no, by a beastkin. It wouldn't be by a skeleton. Dangerous. Gotta run. I mean, even within Looney Tunes, there's the character of Speedy Gonzales. That I think they could have, and maybe never did, had faced off in some context. I imagine they'd have, like, a certain respect for one another. Like, I feel like they're the characters that wouldn't... I don't know. My image of the Roadrunner is that it uniquely likes to taunt the coyote. It's like it would probably not bother anybody, and Speedy Gonzalez is a hero who steals cheese from a cheese factory being guarded by a cat in the one episode that I can remember that has anything to do with Speedy Gonzalez and the older stuff. I think I'm kind of playing with... Ooh, I'm gonna crash soon, aren't I? That frame drop is worrying, but... I think the best plan for now is I fix the bridge, then I close out the game for a bit, load back in, use a Malmouth experience potion, and then grind for a bunch of different things without save quitting. My impression of the character of the Roadrunner is that... there's the crash. Kind of expected it. I didn't think it would be quite that soon. I wouldn't... I don't know if the Roadrunner would get, like, focused on that. Actually, there is the question. Is it always the same Roadrunner and the same coyote? Maybe it's just unique Roadrunners and unique coyotes every time. Like, I sort of feel like he just wouldn't... Like, he enjoys outwitting him, but to me it feels like he just... doesn't... Interesting.
See you around.
He just kind of lives his own life. Okay, so now I'm gonna go kill a bunch of Ethereal Vanguard. Okay. Yeah, it's only one purse. The experience doesn't help with this. I figured I would check. Might help with bounties, but maybe not.
That skill's not ready.
Where's their bounty table? Is it up above? Oops, that lag. And the coyote speaking feels like the inappropriate gag, because the coyote is, I think, fairly frequent. Oh, there it is. Frequently shown to talk. Wait, I already finished this bounty. Why would I need that? I want Arcovian Undead. Wait, I got sidetracked. I was looking for the rovers. To get a poison resist augment. But I don't remember where the rovers are. But one interesting part about the entire, must be here, right? One interesting part about the entire, oh, it's not here, whatever, I'm lost. The entire world of the various, like, Looney Tunes things, they have been very meta. Like, I really enjoy references that dated references to, like, Warner Brothers by Bugs Bunny. It's just such a funny idea to me that they made those references. I mean, they made there's a Bugs Bunny cartoon that makes reference to, like, a pay dispute with an actress for Warner Brothers. Like, it's so weird all these years later seeing, like, these specific references that at the time were probably fairly hot-hitting references, but then now are kind of not. They might be known to people who study the history of animation and Warner Brothers, but it's just fun. It's an entire episode that's about a pay dispute on a meta level between Porky Pig and Bugs Bunny. Basically to say, Wile E. Coyote being able to talk makes a lot of sense. It's the exact type of character that would be incredibly smart. You have said, huh? And my only response to huh would be, huh? I do not know the target of the huh. Could be the weird transition I made. Oh, I was talking, basically just the fact that a Bugs Bunny cartoon made references to pay disputes at Warner Brothers, and how that's a very meta sort of tone. And to me, meta tone fits hand in hand with a talking coyote. Mostly, I think he's portrayed somewhat intellectually, for a coyote at least. Like, he will read instruction manuals instead of just going for it. Guess I can do this quest. It is a weird line to draw, and it's completely, like, weird, arbitrary connection to make. wonder what context there could be to make Wile E. Coyote talk. It feels like the type of thing that would be just a one-off gag. Where they would, like, act as if they don't expect Wile E. Coyote to talk. And then suddenly they do talk. Out of basically nowhere. Yeah, okay. I think that's believable. I think Bugs Bunny bothering anybody. I think even a character that explicitly can't talk could be made to talk by Bugs Bunny. Saying like Bugs, like the abbreviation of Bugs Bunny. I don't know if it's 2 G's or 1, if that's what you're asking. Ah, it might be 1 G. No. Yep. Yeah. I mean, Bugs Bunny is generally portrayed as sort of the hero of his cartoons, but he's a terrible individual. Like, he's not a good person. He's not a person, but like, he's an incredibly obnoxious bunny. And like, you can definitely understand why like Elmer Fudd wants to shoot him, why that one opera singer wanted to end him. It's one of the, well, to me it's one of the first Bugs Bunny cartoons that I remember. What's, not What's Opera Doc, that's a different one. It's not Rabbit of Seville. Opera, blonde hair, long-haired hair, 1949 episode? Yeah. Wow. The one redeeming thing about Bugs and Marvin the Martian hating each other is Marvin the Martian did occasionally plan to blow up Earth. So at least in that scenario, Bugs is fighting for the... I mean, realistically in the portrayal, he's fighting for the American people because it was an American cartoon in the... at the time in the 40s, 50s, 60s. So obviously it was fighting for the American people type thing. But... yeah, Long-Haired Hare is actually the 60th Bugs Bunny short. So it's definitely not one of the oldest. Despite it being, to me, one of the most just sort of default memorable setups. Very gradual progress on this. Yeah, well, there's something that... Do you have any interest in, like, tabletop role-playing games? Because for a few Monster Hunter streams, I've been sort of, while doing boring side quests, I've been looking at some of the books I have. Because they're always fun to read. Like, I always find interesting the way they interpret concepts into a playable system. Like, Dungeons and Dragons doesn't really have a summoner class. The closest is various archetypes with minions. Then, like, I don't know a lot about first edition Pathfinder. I know more about second edition, but like second edition has like a system for a summoned pet. I find those interesting, such that I've read a bunch of... I have a bunch of the books. I've never played it. I might never play it, but they're still fun to read. Kind of like seeing how stuff gets interpreted. Kind of like things like this. 'Cause like summon classes are a lot easier to implement. Classes in video games are a lot easier to implement, I think, conceptually, than in tabletop games. Because tabletop games don't have that absolute visual, the AI, they have none of that to work with. And those like restrictions are very interesting. They mean that solutions need to be different. Drop rates are kind of unreasonable. Actually, one of the books nearby, there was just a really interesting class, which might not be interesting to other people. I mean, there's been oh, that just reminded me, first edition Pathfinder, it's not related to what you were asking. There's probably some campaigns that people have made like that, I would assume. But there's a campaign for first edition Pathfinder that involves Rasputin on like Earth and Baba Yaga and not John Wick, the real fake mythological person. And like it has this whole story, I think, of traveling to Earth and stuff. It's very funny to me. Which might be a spoiler, but also it might not be. I don't know enough to know if it's a spoiler. And also you're probably not that invested in a random adventure path for a Pathfinder. Especially since that would probably be the biggest draw to the adventure path. Oh, you fight with or against Rasputin? Yeah, I don't know. Because what's interesting is there's lots of another Menhirian first and third party things I don't know a lot about either, but there's a lot of really cool systems that are implemented. I'm wondering if that sounds like a fun idea. Yeah. I wonder, like, I kind of want to know. Like, Pathfinder is the type of game that would have octopus as a playable, like, a variant of octopi as playable races. Blood of the Sea. This is first edition. First edition is an insane system. It is absolutely insane. Yeah, they definitely have that. Yeah, an octopus thing would be fun. Excuse me. Sorry. You're an octopus wizard, you have multiple staves. Which, again, thank you. It's the type of thing that would be very... Oh, I guess Dryad's blessing leveled up. It's the type of thing that would be managed within a 608% vitality damage. What? That's a very large number. It's the type of thing that would be managed, like... Wait. I just remember something completely unrelated that I'll try to remember again later. But there would always be rules either letting you use multiple limbs at the expense of something else, or just not letting you, which is a shame for most of those. I mean, those types of rules are necessary, but it's a fun concept. Like, you might not have been thinking about the multiple limbs for the purpose of spellcasting, though I assume you would, because an octopus gotta be multiple limbs. But there is a... Oh, what is it? Dungeon crawling stone soup? Oh, just want to be an octopus. That works. Dungeon crawl stone soup octopus? Octopode? Octopode. There is a roguelike game called Dungeon Crawl Stone Soup where there's a a race, a species that is octopode, and they have extra arms, I believe. And it comes at the expense of being, like, squishy. An octopus I mean, you have to have a wizard hat, right? Wizard cap on the octopus. What type of visually, just like a great Pacific octopus? Or like a blue ring octopus that's big, which would fit well with the wizard hat. Actually, what is a great mimic octopus? I have to know how they look. I guess. Ooh. That would work very well aesthetically on a wizard, I think. It would look great. With the recognition that most tabletop role-playing games, the best you'd have would be art produced by someone, so it wouldn't be real, but... Just get a picture of it. Just find a picture of a one and just low-quality Photoshop a basic wizard hat onto it. It would look great. Oopsies, I'm gonna die. It is the hat? It just looks like a hat. I think, not really what you're talking, but the, Pathfinder, 2nd edition at least, has rules, I believe, for small races riding large races. So there's like pixies and stuff that are like tiny, that are small enough that they could ride a normal human, and it affects action economy and stuff. But being an octopus that looks like a hat on someone's head, tricking people into thinking that the dude's a wizard, and then the mimic octopus pulls out a staff and starts blasting everybody. Oh, attribute points, that's useful. It would be very fun. I could probably find those rules somewhere, but that's not actually relevant. It would only be my own curiosity. Yeah. And the guy, pretending to be a wizard is actually like a, I don't know, a staff-wielding monk. So they carry a staff, but it's actually like a bow staff. I should go do some Chthonian stuff. Actually, no, that's undead. I'll do that. There's too much context if you've never played it. I've never played it, but I've read a bunch of the books. But like, it affects action economy in a negative way, but it would probably be a viable playstyle. Yes. That would work very well as well. You just... And no one... And if anyone finds out, they just don't live to tell the tale. Do these count as Arcovian undead? 18575. They do. That would be a very fun character. Yeah, I'm the best. Oh, and then at like a celebration banquet, it's like, oh, you want to take your hat off in this nice banquet hall? No. Can't do that. I can't take my hat off. I'm a wizard. You never ask a wizard to take his hat off. Martin over there took his hat off just fine. Why are you not taking your hat off? And then they have to pretend, and people think they have a bald spot or something. Like the cliche comedy bit. Oh, they won't take their hat off, therefore they're bald. Yes. Delicious, delicious crab. I think that would be a very fun idea. It would probably be... Because I imagine there'd be multiple ways to play it if you were actually playing it out. Either one person's playing both characters, or two separate people are... Like one person's... Like you play the octopus, someone else plays the person. Which would add to strife, and it would make it way more complicated. Which would be funny. I walked right into the only place that ice was gonna hit. That was impressive. Oh wait, this has a second phase. I remember now. Oh. Moist and squishy hat. Oh, I was out in the rain, and I forgot to wash it because I'm lazy. That would be very good. I imagine something like that premise is probably... Ooh, blue. Yeah. Imagine something like that premise has probably been done many times by people playing for fun, but it'd still be a lot of fun. Oh yeah, Celestial, dangerous. Tentacles. Oy, that's absolutely horrible. Oh, I'm stuck in a corner. It's a lot of tentacles. It's very on topic for octopi. Yeah, just... Oh... Don't remember that I'm a weird octopus. I'm actually just a dry wizard's hat. I am dry. That was too many legendaries. I shouldn't have gotten that many from one node, but whatever. What is this? This is a medal. Nope. Hey, I got another Kilria and Shattered Soul. That's good. Ooh, there's a lot of vitality resist. Very good. Yeah, just... Oh, pardon me. I beg your pardon. And, here is something to show my apology for accusing you of having a weird hat. Enjoy your dry hat. Chthonian next. I don't actually know where I'm going. I think this is where I'm going. Yep, this is where I want to be. It'd be such a fun idea. Like, I guess the octopus would have to know illusion magic and, you know, fireball. Wonder what... I mean, it would have to not know water. If it knew water magic, that would be a little too on the nose. Or ice. I don't know if water is a normal magic type in role-playing games. Wait, why do I have 16,000? I thought I was at 14. Why? What? I've been at 14,000 this whole time, right? Did I change an item? No. Have I always had 16,000? I thought I had 14. What changed? I guess when I equipped this, I had more HP now, right? I switched off of a ring and I gained more, I think. Yeah. I guess, within the... I'm gonna continue referencing Pathfinder because that's... It's only that in D&D, and D&D's much less... diverse. In terms of that type of official stuff. Like, it could have illusion stuff as like a feature of its ancestry. So I guess it wouldn't have to be magic even. Which was what I was thinking too much about. It could just be a feature of being a mimic octopus, yeah. With the usual sort of writing system, it would probably be a case of like a one-a-day cast, effectively a once a day cast of an illusion spell. Maybe more than once a day. But it would have to be like it would have to be a squishy race. Lower max HP. Because it's an octopus. I don't really look at the ancestries in these games in the early... Okay, that's just direct exit. Okay. I'm gonna look at something for a second. Okay. Book. Ready, Konrasu, Noel, Gripply. These are just normal people. Oh yeah, the Anadi. Oh, there's an entire race of people in Pathfinder 2nd edition that's playable. That are actually... Oh, there's my HP lower. Was I higher in the Chaos area? Because of this. That's why.
That skill's not ready.
There's an entire race of playable character in 2nd edition that are just spiders. They're big spiders that can disguise themselves as people. But they are just spiders. They're intelligent spiders. but they are just spiders. It's great. Yeah. Like a little bit of a gliding. It'd be like a in-game quantification. It'd be some sort of like feather fall capability. Some landing, soft landing sort of system. I think this game quantifies gliding. Like gliding in tabletop role-playing games would have like a triangle. Like 1-to-1, 1-to-2, 4-to-1. Like a normal person can glide at a rate of 600 vertical to 2 horizontal. Not quite that bad. A human can jump distance, but... presumably not about octopi in tabletop role-playing games. But if you were talking, I was just talking about gliding ratios, basically. Like, I don't know, like a 4 horizontal to 1 vertical feels like it could work for an octopus creature. Oops. Oops, I don't want to die. Flying squirrels are unable to fly. How do I feel like there have been things about gliding octopi? In a more real, quantifiable context. Yes, in behind the gate.
That skill's not ready.
I think... Oh, that's the first one. Yes. Just remember it there.
That skill's not ready.
I think in terms of grind, I'm not worried about doing too much more right now. Okay, weird camera. I think in a minute I'm gonna stop this and switch briefly to testing on a different character, how the very start of the game feels with the Necromancer versus Kabbalist other options. I should still grab it. What am I doing? Okay, that's it for here. I think I've accomplished the basics of this. I think before I'll grind these. No, I should grind at least these two. It shouldn't be too bad. Grind that before next time. Maybe grind this a bit next time. Probably dungeons that I can run to grind that.
I can't do that yet.
Oh, that's a bad idea. I have 2,000 left. Way too many legendary drops. Ooh, an amulet. That's fun. It's always interesting. Yeah, I hope they like to see it. I guess for a different build. That's not helpful for my build, but it's pretty good. If hunting that would be worth it. So 2,000 that. 2,000, 1,300 that. That's not that bad. Arcovian Undead's fairly easy. I think I do that for a bit. So I'll have to reload. Run the Arcovian Undead. And then see if I can get at least Capon and Undead done today. We get both of these done. I grind one of the other two before next time. You have to do the Colosseum up there as well. That's part of the completely baseless route. No real planning on this route. These guys didn't spawn. Did not hit their trigger? Oh, wait, no, I did save quit. Weird. I guess maybe they're not a guaranteed spawn.
Can't do that.
This is gonna be nothing because it's not hidden anymore. I wonder how this game would play if hidden chests respawned. Whether that would be the optimal... Whether the optimal routes of just running hidden chests constantly. Wouldn't be very fun. Much better for it to be efficient to farm bosses and stuff. Bosses and heroes and all those routing components. I did that quest, so he's not there anymore. Wait, no, I didn't do that quest. I did a different quest, didn't I? That guy's quest is over here. I thought. Weird. Yeah. Get myself sidetracked for a second. Get the page open. But I don't have space because I need my keyboard. The Anadi. Bunch of varieties. Polychromatic. Adaptive. Lots of different stuff. I definitely need to get this. No, I don't, because this is an Aetherial. Oh, it's undead, so it might be. It is. Cool. Forgot these were the undead. I thought this was Aetherial. Chaos isn't bad. More of a chaos-focused version of this build. Oh, I have too much stuff. That's interesting. Health, energy, regen, elemental resist, all resist, max up. It's a soldier one though. Interesting. There. All the way around. Try to running a roguelike dungeon. If that's what they're referred to, the skeleton key dungeon at least. Probably more efficient than this. I only need 800. I think running this and then the Coliseum area should be close to enough at least. Shooting at me made me think I could travel there, but I cannot. Oh. Welcome back. That's good. Always a good thing. Well, it's pretty much always a good thing. I can't imagine a scenario where it isn't, but there are probably scenarios where it wouldn't be. That's pessimism speaking. It's always... It's always nice. I personally don't know what to say, but... You should, you know, that's where you say, like, knock on wood. Then you knock on wood. Because that's exactly how you jinx it. I don't want to... That level of superstitious thing is always just kind of fun to me. Do I really believe in jinxes? Who's there? I can't think of anything. I don't think what pops in my head is Wile E. Coyote. Knock knock jokes are fun. Knock knock. Who's there? The mailman who? The mailman Mark. Or Steve. Or... I guess you don't call them a mailman if they're a woman. Sending a message that it's time to stop. Making these jokes. Healer skeleton. Oh, double legendary drop is not... That should... I don't think I should get 2 legendaries like that. It's like... You've been served for contempt of court. Across my mind was, oh, who's there? The mailman who's sending you a message. The message that you should wake up. It's all a dream. You've been asleep for years. Wake up. The accident was 18 years ago. Oh no, it's more.
That skill's not ready.
Don't stay in the coma. We could do a written joke. I bet a written joke could be made that is funny, that involves a sentence about comas, missing a comma, and somehow, someone, somewhere could make that funny. I can't be that someone. The idea of waking up after years in a coma is kind of scary, which is why really no one really needs to think about it ever, because it's not a common event. This is the second one of those I've gotten today. Unfortunate.
That skill's not ready.
Yeah, it's like a more extreme version of... I've never actually watched the show. I'm prefacing this. But like Futurama, where the main character gets cryo-slept for 1,000 years? Over 1,000 years? But like, even more than that, you're a dinosaur. Somehow you believe that you became a human. A creature that didn't exist at the time of the Stegosaurus. But you wake up, and it's, oh wow. I'm a T-Rex. Okay, just a couple more monsters. And then I'm out of here. What is this time you're talking about? What is time? I've never heard of it. Yeah. Got mammoths to hunt. You'll be lucky if you live till you're 30. We have no time to waste on your stories of living to the ripe old age of 85. What is a year? I wonder if they tracked age in the same way people do now. Like, they probably tracked who's older than who, but whether they actually like knew the precise ages, I wonder.
That skill's not ready.
Oh yeah. They might have lived longer than 30. I'd imagine the average expected age is not 80. I could be wrong though. Life expectancy is a very grim statistic. with how obviously your life expectancy goes up the longer you live. But it's like at birth your life expectancy, or at least it used to be, at birth your life expectancy was a lot lower because of, you know, infant mortality. It's just kind of grim. Nah, man. Yeah, let's go for a nice swim. Enjoy the waves. Oh, you're worried about crippling debt? No, today, no such thing as crippling debt. Just execution by guillotine. Well, actually, no, I don't think execution by guillotine was for stealing. Necessarily. I don't know why people were executed via guillotine, except for the, you know, royals, because they were executed because they were royalty. I wonder what... No. I think they are fun. Boring jokes? Bad comedy? What are you talking about? You're just floating in the primordial ooze. Which isn't actually a floating primordial ooze. Probably, I don't know what the concept of primordial ooze really is, but... I think it's a fun bit. Waking up from a... Millennia is thousands of years. Ooh, what's the equivalent for millions? What? Oh, I killed 100,000 monsters. Wow. What that joke made me think of was just like literally any form of matter at all. Man, we're just matter that's gonna collide with antimatter and cease to exist. Which I believe is one of the thoughts of some origins of stuff where matter and antimatter would wipe each other out and then somehow it just didn't, and that's the origin of matter or something along those lines. I don't remember the context though. 'Cause I think that was on a radio show that is well researched. It was also like a decade ago. Yeah. Gotta build up your belt. Your belt's looking pretty weak. Did you eat it again? Or rings, not belt. Asteroid belts are stars. I was thinking planets. Oh, did you consume all of your moons into your mass again? Guess we gotta find more.
That skill's not ready.
Yep. I wonder what the happiest is a weird way to phrase it. What the happiest point in all of Earth's history was. Whether it was like the earliest life forms because they weren't intelligent enough to care. Whether being able to feel happy at the expense of being able to not be happy is worth the positive. That's probably too, I don't know, weirdly philosophical of a question. And I'm not talking like meaningful philosophy. I'm talking pointless. On the same level as if a tree falls in a forest, does it make a sound? With the reason that question exists being that the non-scientific interpretation of something's only a sound if it's observed. But that doesn't make sense to me because a sound is waves traveling through the air. Well, waves traveling. So of course it makes a sound. I don't get that one. That one never made sense to me. Yeah, it's just some sort of, are they happy? Could they have felt? We can never know if dinosaurs felt what would be the equivalent of happiness. Maybe because maybe they could only feel content, which is still pretty happy. Maybe I make a key. Maybe I just run this area a couple times. I wonder what the happiest dinosaur was. I bet there is a dinosaur that could be considered happiest. I'm lost. I thought my entrance was right here. Wait, that was my entrance, not my exit. That's why. I guess, yeah. Like, happy. They've got their friends to rely on. The power of friendship helps them. I think the power of friendship is a funny meme. Just the entire everything about it is just funny. Because it's not wrong with how many pieces of media will be like, friendship prevails, even though it really shouldn't. And raptors. Raptors have the power of friendship on their side. I think in any form of media, raptors are probably... Well, I said any form of media. I'm pretty sure Dinosaur Train does not have raptors as villains. I don't actually know. But it feels unlikely. the true villain is the train, right? The twist villain? Yeah. Bullies. And that's the type of... If it wasn't a kid's cartoon, the train would be the final villain. Exit. Yeah, that's kind of how... I don't know if there are any... Well, no, Pokemon has people who are evil. And, like, there is no real redemption for them. Yeah. The ancient, prehistoric dinosaur gun. The gun that shoots dinosaurs. Just like the train. Oh, okay. Dinosaur gun, dinosaur train. Dinosaur gun shoots dinosaurs. No, I guess that would just mean that the train conveys dinosaurs, which is what it does. If you don't move these people to places, you're gonna get it. Ooh, it's a decent ring. It's not really what I need, but it's decent. Today we're gonna take part in a rescue operation. Rescue the conductor. $900 left. Oh, see, that's where the, like, true psychological horror story would start. The train would let the conductor get the message, that much of the message out. They would let them pretend that their plan succeeded. They would almost get rescued, and then everyone would die, but the conductor. And then the dinosaurs all get replaced, and the cycle starts anew. Never escaping. And the only escape is if they find a new conductor to take the role. Not appropriate for children, though. Definitely not a children's show anymore. What it was not a show that I really saw. What powers a train in a dinosaur world? Is it powered by coal? In which case, is the coal really, really old dinosaurs from like millions of years before? Is it running on the... Is it running on the corpses of their ancestors? Distant ancestors, because it takes a lot of time. I don't know if coal, it's oil that's compressed in that way more than coal, right? I don't actually know about coal. I know oil is like, for sure, organic matter. It's a magic time travel train, okay. So, what you're saying is it could be taking material from the future that hasn't been made yet? Okay, I'm gonna pull... I need to check. Coal is... I just want to check my own memories. Coalification. Okay, it's mostly dead vegetation. Yeah, that's believable. You know, the existence of a time-traveling train with the dinosaurs on it is more believable than lizard men running the world. And by believable, I mean a lot more fun, and thus I would be more willing to believe it. Coal mostly comes from vegetation. I was gonna say it could be that they're burning their own future bodies.
I can't do that.
Yes. The Loch Ness Monster. Everyone's favorite dinosaur. Which is, I mean, honestly, I would say it's more likely that the Loch Ness Monster is a dinosaur than it exists at all. Which is weird to say because it has to exist for it to be a dinosaur, but... Yeah, I hope the train stops by Loch Ness.
I can't do that yet.
Yeah. I'm not crazy. That'd be fun. I think the world would be a better place if magic time traveling trains existed. Because then it would be a lot funnier. That'd be funny. It'd be very comedic.
Can't do that yet.
The interesting thing about the Loch Ness Monster is that it's almost certain, like, it's like not really possible. Whereas at least, like, Bigfoot has that plausible, forests are big, it's hard to search them all. It's just kind of an ape walking on two legs. Whereas the Loch Ness Monster is like in a specific lake where people have actually like studied the biological matter within the lake to see if it existed, I think. I don't know if it does. Neo as a prefix. I'm going to sneeze. I must mute. It betrayed me. It went away. I hate when that happens. Because I know I'm going to have to sneeze any second now. And it's just going to come back and betray me. My nose is going to stab me in the back. I feel like you can't really have... Well, I mean... I imagine there are contexts where neo-prehistory could work. Where, like, new studies into prehistoric stuff, like fully new information. Like, people never knew that there were living four-legged apples. Four-legged apples explored the world. I think you could call that neo-prehistory. The discovery of four-legged apples, or something completely unknown. I guess it might be better to have, like, you have stuff where history stopped recording information and it's being studied again. But that block between current prehistory and this future hypothetical time, like, our current history is still maintained, and the only other way to refer to it would be like post-history prehistory, or some like weird thing like that, and people would probably say like neo-prehistory. Yeah, I think it makes sense. By survived, do you mean physically last as as like a solid planet? Because I don't know. Because I don't think it's like... I don't know how impactful the expansion would be. 'Cause, I mean, presumably Uranus, Neptune are probably the most likely to be fine. But like, if it's unchanged, but not just being a structure, then the colder outer ones then become hotter and they're not the same planet in the same way anymore. I think it's kind of interesting to think about how in billions of years, maybe whatever like fractions of remnants still exist. could become part of a star. $27 more. And then I will, once I get these 27, I'm going to stop for today. Which will be very soon. Because it is that time.
I can't do that yet.
Yeah, I should probably be. It is now stopping time. Wait, I'm stuck. I guess I do this. Yeah, it is. It is tomorrow here. Time is such a funny thing. In an expanded world that is not limited by communication speed in the same way as it used to be. Not that I ever lived in a world where it wasn't, where it was limited, but look at this. 2 left. This one's gonna be a nightmare to farm, but yeah. Yeah, it is time that I should stop. Even if I'm gonna end up getting distracted for the next couple hours when I should be trying to sleep now. Grabbed too many books. I need to put them all back. It's totally unrelated to what you're saying. You can continue. There are places on Earth that are like, you know how there's plus 12, minus 12 based on Greenwich time? There are some that I think are like plus 14 or something crazy. There's a bunch of ones that are above what they really would normally be. I need to find them. They're very odd. They're in like the South Pacific Ocean. UTC plus 13. UTC plus 13. There's a UTC plus 14. So yeah, UTC plus 14 is the latest. Which is kind of funny to me. Yeah, renamed Cal, but you'll never forget that that's his name. Kiribati Line Islands are UTC plus 14. They are 26 hours ahead of some islands in Oceania. Wait, Baker Island looks like it's to the west of the Line Islands. But the Line Islands are plus 14. And Baker Island is minus 12. It's very weird. There's probably reasons that might not be good reasons, but oh, Baker Island. The nickname is New Nantucket. is an unincorporated United States administration, but its highest elevation is 8 meters. And its population is 0 in 2000, so it's not really a place. The fact that the Wikipedia page only has the population from 2000 means it probably hasn't changed. Because it's a wildlife refuge? Anyway, I should stop reading about time zones. It was fun chatting. And I hope your solar system goes well. And it has not been jinxed. Hopefully it hasn't been jinxed. And I hope you have a nice night. Bye-bye. Yeah, see you later.